Hello everyone. Let me just wait until I get somebody in the chat so I know it's actually working. Hello. Alright, let's do a little bit more shmupping. Before I forget, I've played a little bit of it's working. Okay, cool. Played a little bit of this one already. Before I forget, I want to show off my favorite thing about this so far is the intro. Something about the music. Something about the music and the setup of it is just really nice. So I'm gonna mute my mic and I'm gonna raise the game audio, but this might be a little loud because it's hard to balance. I can't actually hear it on my end, you know, what it sounds like for you. So just a volume warning, I might end up putting it too loud, right? But I'm gonna let the intro play out as itself just so you can experience this. I really like it. It's not amazing. You're probably not going to be impressed because I'm specifically going out my way to show you it, but caught me off guard how much I really like the intro to this game, so I just want to show it. How cool was that? Really cool. I love it's only a little touch, but one of the things I love about old games is just, you know, the sense that the programmer is like flexing a little bit. He's doing something awkward just for the sake of doing something awkward, you know. So I love the fact that the planes on the right are offset from the planes on the left, because the runways are all kind of at different they're at different places on the screen, which maybe that's a more realistic way to put together runways like that. I don't know what is actually done in reality, but I love the way the planes on the right have to catch up to the planes on the left in the beginning. It's just that little extra movement that they would have had to program in, you know. That's on top of, obviously, the music is the standout. I love the music there. That's by far the best thing I've heard out of the PC Engine so far. Well, I mean, I love the soundtrack to Rondo, of course, you know. But I mean, if we're excluding CD games, definitely that's my that's my favorite piece of music I've heard out of the PC Engine. This is Dai Senpu, which I think had a different name in the West. Twin Hawk, I think it was called in the West. I'm not sure about that. I think I'm right about that. From what I've played, I wouldn't say it's a great game overall so far, but it's certainly interesting. I personally, it was worth playing personally just because I love the intro so much. I think it's a great intro. I kind of like how the bomb mechanic works. These allied planes that are with you. I say allied planes, they could be Axis planes, but you know what I mean. The allied planes that are with you, they it's like a bomb. When you press the bomb button, they come in and they'll stay around as long as possible, until they get shot down themselves. So it's like the intro to Nier Automata, except your teammates actually do something. You can kind of control them a little bit as well. You've probably sensed this already. It's the kind of thing you can see even though you're not playing. It's tied to your movement, but a little bit less. There's a little bit of depth to it. It's not amazing, and having them out makes the game way, way easier. But there's a little bit of depth to it where you can actually dodge bullets with them if you're sharp enough, you know. And the enemies only fire on your plane, so you can kind of bait the bullets in a way that they'll miss your teammates. But of course, I'm not getting that deep into this one. But like that was a nice example there where the more dangerous guy on the right, he was shooting over this way and he missed the guy that was shooting him. It's pretty nonsensical though, of course, that they always target you, but blah 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 blah. Whatever. It's kind of cool. Oh yeah, there was another thing I liked about this game actually. I wouldn't say it's been on full display yet, but the fact that it's interesting that basically all of the enemies, there's no airborne enemies in this game as far as I've seen anyway, and sometimes you go over the sea, but usually you're over land. And like, this is interesting here to me, gameplay wise. I know this happens in a bunch of other shmups, but it feels more pronounced here, where because you know everything is land based, the map is acting as a pretty strong visual indicator about where the upcoming enemies are going to be. And I think that's interesting. That's a nice side effect of having it's a nice side effect of having them all be on the ground, is that because you know they're going to come from the ground. You know that there's, I don't know if I'll get to it in this attempt, but there's a bit later on where there's some roads and it's really obvious where the strong tanks are going to come from, even on your first playthrough, and I thought that was cool. So, some nice things to say about this one, even if it's not particularly remarkable. Hello everyone, Merry Shmups. Everyone good? What are you going to play in your Steam Deck when you get one? Don't ask me, man. I'm feeling bitter about that. I should have bought one. I should have bought one as a Christmas present to myself or something, you know? So I'm feeling bitter that I won't have one. So now that I'm not going to have one for Christmas, I'm probably not going to buy one for a good while. I'm not drinking anything right now. Oh, where are all the wonderful ones? You got to report in. We got our update after all. I figured they were gonna give an update on the stuff before the end of the year. Surprised you're playing mostly classic shmups. Most new shmup players go to bullet hell instead. I will be playing more modern stuff at some point. I've played a nice mix of shmups. Not many, but I think the ones that I have played have been a decent mix of different eras and stuff. Up till now. But this is, you know, this is me doing a proper kind of exploration of the genre. So I'm starting out early and I'll work my way up. You don't have to do it that way, by the way. I'm not saying that you have to. I don't actually believe that. Yeah, I think I'm going to play a little bit worse today because I feel like interacting with the chat more. This should be going. This is not a particularly hard game. What was I saying? Yeah, I don't think you have to go in chronological order or anything like that. I'm not being strict about it. For all I know, this game came out before R-Type. I don't think so, but I haven't checked. But yeah, I don't believe that you need to play games in chronological order or anything like that. I think if a game is good, you'll still be able to appreciate it. You know, there's examples of that in my own life. I think one of the strongest examples that I've talked about before anyway is I played Persona 4 before Persona 3, but I think Persona 3 is much better, personally. So I think that you can appreciate stuff out of order, and I might jump around a little bit more. I've been playing a lot of PC Engine stuff. Maybe it's time to do a little bit something else. I'm gonna let this run down. I'm gonna start over. Thank you, Zane. It hasn't been a particularly productive month, but I'm doing okay. Hopefully the Shmup streams make up for it somewhat. I have taken the liberty of doing some real life shit that I need to do. I have so much stuff that I need to do. I've neglected a lot of stuff in real life that I need to do because of my work. And it's not good because it's kind of... I already, having done some stuff over the last week or two, I already feel a lot better. This is one of those things, it's very easy to tell yourself, but it's a lot harder to actually act on it. But if you're self-employed the way I am, where the only thing getting you to go to work is yourself, and you have like a flexible schedule and all that, you know, you can feel like you're always supposed to be at work. And as a result, you can, you know, neglect to do things that you should have done. But intellectually, it's easy to understand that, you know, like you can kind of say, well, that's part of your work, right? It doesn't count as actual work hours, but like if everything about your life is all pleasant and orderly and all good, then it'll be easier to focus on your work because you won't have shit hanging over you. It's easy to say that. It's another thing to act on it, you know? But anyway, that's what I've been doing. Setting myself up for the new year, really. So yeah, I feel pretty good, except for the fact that there has not been much Mushido progress itself. You know what I mean? Well, good luck on your paper, General. Well, so written word says, well, you reap what you sow, you won't get back what you don't put in to speak. I found that to be a consistent truth. Um, I think I feel like I'm in kind of a unique position there, though. Maybe not unique. I don't know how to put it. But yeah, I don't know that you reap what you sow, even in terms of the amount of work that you do. One of the things I've been thinking about is kind of lost in thought here. I'm thinking about my own experience with the channel, and I'm thinking about how, you know, I worked way harder on it later, but I didn't sow more as a result of that. But what I mean is, I feel like I actually, there's only so many hours in the day, so it's not as though I actually worked way harder on the channel than before, because there's only so many hours in the day, right? And I was already working on it quite a lot. What it really is more that I put in more effort. Like, the work that I did was more strenuous the more I did it. And I certainly don't feel like I sowed anything for that, so I don't know. No, I reaped anything for that. Someone says the DMC video is insane. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of a superficial is the wrong word, but it's a more easy to appreciate level of effort that went into the video, right? I mean, none of my prior videos had the kind of gameplay in it that took a huge amount of effort to capture like that, right? That's on top of all the work that went into it. I'm just saying there's a difference between work and effort, right? Some people work a lot, but they don't actually put any effort in, right? Do you know what I mean? They're able to work without exerting effort. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway. I suppose this isn't something I'd make a video about. Maybe it is. I can always just recycle my thoughts. I mean, the whole context sensitivity video started on a stream, so I should really be more um, open about what I talk about. Maybe it leads somewhere. I suppose what I worry about with that kind of the kind of comment I was responding to, and it's well-meaning, and it's good, you know. I like to work. I feel good when I work, and I feel bad when I don't work. So, you know, I'm basically stuck working forever, right? But there's something. I feel like even ignoring our fellow man, I think there's a worry about what it says if you say that you reap what you sow. Especially in the new world, which is all fucking algorithmically driven, you know. I've been thinking for a while, right? YouTubers are always whining about the algorithm and all that kind of shit, and I don't like to, you know, like. First of all, people even pay me outside of YouTube to do what I do. They don't need to hear me whinging about whatever, you know what I mean? So I don't talk about it. But it's not like I don't have any frustrations with YouTube, right? But I think the more interesting thing to think about there is the idea of YouTubers as the canaries in the coal mine, as like the first kind of profession, if you want to call it that, to just be totally held to the whims of a fucking opaque algorithm that nobody understands, you know? There's nobody even at YouTube that could tell you everything that goes into the algorithm. I'm assuming. It's an assumption because, you know, it's all behind closed doors and all that, but it's a pretty good guess that there's nobody at YouTube that could even explain exactly how it works. Because it's too complicated. And not even necessarily complicated in an impressive sense of the word, just complicated in the sense that it's just, you know, it's just this kind of heuristical black box thing that nobody really gets, probably. But, you know, okay, if it's just YouTubers, you say, okay, go get a real job. You know what I mean? And I'm like, okay, well, if I fail, I can go back to being a programmer. That's okay, right? Maybe that's why I don't complain about it as much as some other people do. But this is only the start of it. You know what I mean? This is only the start. And the thing I've been thinking about lately is people talk about the way the algorithm is set up to exploit viewers, right? It's set up to exploit viewers in the sense that, you know, it feeds you some clickbait bullshit that you are vaguely interested in, and then it gloms onto that and feeds you more bullshit or whatever, right? It's set, whatever, right? But I think, imagine, right, if it's a black box and nobody understands it, imagine that it's amoral, right? Not even that it's sinister, it's amoral. It's doing what it's been told to do, which is maximize view time or whatever the fuck, right? And it doesn't even understand, right? It's like the little AI that plays Mario, and it doesn't even know what Mario is. It just knows that if I jump here, I get a higher score, I get to the end of the level, blah, 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 right? So it's not like it makes decisions, exactly. But imagine for a second that it could make decisions. And it was completely amoral. Not even sinister, just amoral. Just, I'm going to maximize view time as much as possible, right? Yes, you would do everything you could to keep viewers on the platform for longer and blah, 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 blah. But more than that, the thing that people don't seem to talk about from what I've seen is you would also, as part of your factorization in this equation, you would also keep in, you know, how long can I keep people pumping content into the machine as well? How long can I string people along so that they keep making stuff for other people to watch? How long can I, you know, give people like this thread of hope that, oh, look, this video got kind of big. Maybe your next one will be big, right? Maybe it's like a Skinner box kind of thing. You never know. Maybe this next video will be the big one and you'll break through, and then, you know, then you'll be a proper YouTuber, right? Look, you were very close that time, right? Oh, and this one didn't do so good. Maybe you need to try harder on the next one, right? Wouldn't, like, just assume you're an amoral being. Wouldn't you do that, right? If you're some kind of omnipotent amoral being that can pull the the strings behind the scenes, of course you would try to manipulate the creators as much as you try to manipulate the viewers. So if you keep telling yourself, oh, it's just a matter of effort, right? If I just keep at it, if I keep making more videos and I keep doing this, that, the other, oh, then it'll all be good. You're not necessarily setting yourself up for disappointment, because it works for some people, but you're opening yourself up to be manipulated by a machine that doesn't even understand that you exist. Right? If there's nobody making stuff, then nobody can watch anything. You need people making stuff as much as you need people watching stuff. And once again, to be clear, I think my point has been made now, but so just to clarify, I don't think that the computer or the algorithm or whatever actually understands that. I'm just saying that if you wanted to maximize your view time or whatever, depending on whatever parameter you're looking to maximize, that would be a natural side effect of it. Assuming that you don't have any moral compunction. Is that the right word? Compunction? Only schmucks don't shmup. Dude, say that 10 times fast. Yeah, I've played Splatoon 3, yeah. I said that Hyper Demon is my favorite game, or is what I would call game of the year if I had to. But I've spent more time in Splatoon 3. I really admire... My favorite thing about it is the new Salmon Run bosses. I really admire that they were able to add several more bosses to that mode that are all good. I think part of it is because I've been focusing a lot on enemy design lately because of Mushido, and the Slammin' Lid just really sticks out to me as like just perfect enemy design. It's such a good enemy. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the new weapons, at least from what I've played of them. Like, I don't like the Splatana or anything like that. But the new Salmon Run bosses are worth it. The Slammin' Lid is just really... It's so good. It's so good. There's just so much... It just lends itself to so many interactions and stuff. The way you can jump on it, and then, maybe that lets you kill a fish stick more easily, or a different Slammin' Lid. And of course you can drop it down to kill enemies, but it spawns more enemies, so, it's not just a straight up win in that regard. That's a nice balancing measure, the fact that it spawns enemies itself. So it's not just something that can be used to kill enemies. The force field effect on it, it's just great. Really great enemy. This is definitely the hardest part of this game so far. We're playing Dai Senpu right now. Dai Senpu. Which means great something wind, I think. I don't know what kind of great wind it is, but someone in the chat might know. Dai Senpu. Whirlwind. Thank you, Sinulia. Did I say that right? Sinulia, yeah. Looks like it. Presume it's a good idea to focus one down. Nah, I don't really have any thoughts on vertical versus horizontal. I suppose very preliminary thoughts is vertical kind of... I do think it's probably easier to assess threats in vertical for whatever reason, which is a huge benefit. But, you know, horizontal fits modern screens a lot better, so... I do have a rotating monitor. I'm using my TV, but I do have a rotating monitor. So, obviously you can use Tate mode and all that. But, and the Switch, you know, if you just play it in the handheld mode, you can just flip it around. I nearly got them that time, I think. What? I said Tate, didn't I? Tate, yeah, as in to stand. What the fuck, Wrench? Why would I make a top 10 worst games? This is way harder than anything else in this game so far. I can't say I'm paying much attention right now, though. I really should give it more attention. I'm a bit zonked out. I could just stand over here and let my buddy shoot him. I think the ally planes do more damage anyway. Yeah, well, you know, Floppy Dolphin says, nearly got him that time, that's what the algorithm wants you to think. Talking about me saying that I nearly killed the boss. There is actually some of that in these old arcade games, you know. As with a lot of things, the truth is more nuanced than it might seem at first. So, I kind of defended arcade games around the start of the Beautiful Joe video. You know, for the claims of that they're unfair or bullshit or whatever. And I'm glad that I did, but I do think that there's elements of... Whether it's intentional or not, it's hard to say, but there's some stuff that feels a little bit exploitive. You know, I haven't finished R-Type yet. I've played a few more runs of it, but that last checkpoint that I've gotten to, that's still as far as I've gotten on it. Or, you know, that checkpoint in Blazing Lasers, although I'm not sure Blazing Lasers was an arcade game. I wonder if that got an arcade release. I'd be interested to know, actually. Blazing Lasers, obviously R-Type did. I'm just going to start this over. I'm doing terribly. Well, I gave a good answer earlier about the algorithm, so it's okay. I'm staring off into space half the time here. What was I saying? What was I saying, chat? Oh yeah, there's an element of, you know, you get towards the end of the arcade game and they just make it insanely difficult because, look, you're nearly at the end, right? Don't you want to see how it ends? Well, that's good to hear, Zenny. Yeah, it really does seem. I mean, I'm sure somebody can do it, but it really does seem impossible to recover there if you lose. Which means that you really just get 3 attempts at it. You know? No, not even actually, because when you use a continue, you start from the checkpoint, so you just get 1 shot at it, and that's it. That's what's frustrating. You know, maybe if I was using save states to practice, I'd be less frustrated because I'd be able to practice it more easily. But I'm not doing that. But yeah, I have actually done really well, not on stream now, but off stream without any upgrades. There's a little kind of dip you can go into, but the thing is, there's 2 waves of enemies, one moving forwards and one moving backwards, and they both shoot at you, and you like, it's pretty fucking crazy, you know. I nearly got to the next area after that. I can see it, but I've never got to it. But it's pretty fucking crazy though. It's even difficult, like even the way it's set up, even if you have upgrades, is kind of annoying. I've been using the red laser, but I'm thinking maybe I should use the blue, just so that the beams will hit the missile launcher guys on the ground. Because I had an attempt. I'm just gonna start over. Fuck that. I get to see the intro again. I had an attempt. I had an attempt that was going really well. I was firing backwards and forwards, and I killed pretty much everything. But the missile launchers were still firing up from the ground, and as well, I think what ultimately got me was, of course, at that part, the ceiling just randomly explodes. You know, fucking hell. Yeah, I'll stick with R-Type though. It's still the game that I've enjoyed the most so far of the shmups. I'm really dreading finally breaking through this thing and getting to the next boss, and then just getting mulched on my first attempt or something, you know? That's gonna be pretty soul crushing. I would say the thing that's pushing me through stage 7 right now is there are parts of R-Type that felt very difficult in the beginning, but they're basically a formality for me now. I don't think that will ever happen with stage 7, but it's probably more manageable than I think it is right now, so if the rest of the game was anything to go by anyway. Like getting to stage 5 is a foregone conclusion. And even, yeah, actually even I think last time I was streaming I was playing the part 2 thing, which starts you off on stage 5. I've been playing the full game and getting to stage 5 with the red laser and the 2 options, or whatever they're called in R-Type. And I found out that if I get into that level with those upgrades, that it's easier to just kill everything, and you get extra lives for doing it anyway. So I kill all the kind of centipede dragon things in that stage, and that goes by pretty easy. That boss is still a bit of a... I wouldn't say that boss is ever a foregone conclusion though, just because it's so dependent on RNG. It can be really hard. But then stage 6 is pretty easy to me now as well, so it's really just stage 7. Anyway, yeah. That's the R-Type update. I don't think I'm going to play it on stream today because it's a little repetitive. I think I've played it every Shmup stream, so I'll give you a break from R-Type this time. I think after this, I'll show you... Can't remember the name, but I think it's called Superstar Soldier or something like that. Seems like it's made by the Blazing Lasers devs. And it makes Blazing Lasers and Soldier Blade look like a fucking joke. So I don't have much hope of getting through it, but we'll see how it goes. I'm trying to read the chat here. I think there's a bit of debate about save states. I don't know how I feel about using them even for practice. I think for this era of games anyway, I'm not going to do it. Just because... I don't know, I still think, like, if you practice R-Type, like if I practice that R-Type checkpoint with my upgrades, that, you know, that's the real killer, is the fact that even if you get there, you only get one shot to practice it with the upgrades, right? Because fuck whatever about not having upgrades, right? If I can just get there with upgrades and find a consistent way to do it, it's over, right? Because I know I can get there with upgrades. But yeah, I don't know. Just if you were actually playing this back when it came out, you couldn't do that. So, but yeah, I mean, ultimately, let's say ultimately I finish R-Type, which I do hope to, and I'm enjoying it, so it's no problem. I don't care how long it takes me. If I'm enjoying a game, I really don't give a shit how long it takes me. Let's say I finish it and I have the knowledge that I need to get through it consistently, you know. Ultimately, I have the knowledge that I would have if I use save states, so I definitely understand the argument for them. It's just skipping out some bullshit. And of course, obviously then, you know, once you've practiced, you go and you do the actual run. You don't say, oh, I loaded this save state over and over again. I talked about this before, actually, with Half-Life, you know. That's the first game I played where save states were a thing, I think. I mean, quick saves. Well, maybe Abe's Exodus, actually. I'm not sure which one I played first. But anyway, you know, there's a bit with platforming where you have to jump on these crates, and I remember just, like, jumping down one and save. It's like saving on everyone. Like, are you even playing a game anymore? You know? But yeah, as long as you play the game properly at some point, I understand it. If we didn't have save states, Inbachi would go undefeated for 20 more years probably. I haven't heard of that. Hinbachi. For me, save states are the equivalent of being a kid with infinite time on their hands. Yeah, that's a nice way of thinking about it, yeah. It's actually a really nice way of thinking about it. That makes it very appealing when you put it that way. You know, if you use save states, you're getting 10 lifetimes worth of games in. I like the fucking sound of that. Yeah, I do. I do wonder how much money it would take me to, like, I mean, can you imagine the amount of money I would have spent on R-Type back in the day? Although, to be fair, if it was in an arcade, I haven't actually watched anyone else play it. I haven't gone on and looked at videos or anything. So there could be strategies that I'm missing out on that somebody else I would have been able to see in the arcade, you know? I don't think chat has helped very much with R-Type. I don't remember any big instances of help. Oh, the main thing was, yeah, Zenny told me to about the turbo fire thing. That was fucking me up. But that wouldn't even happen in the arcade anyway. There, that's a nice example of what I'm talking about. The fact that there's little tire treads on the ground and everything showing where that boss is going to be. It's nice. It kind of cuts down on the memorization aspect, I think. I'm curious if the enemies are set up so that they don't shoot when they're right on top of you. Or if I just got lucky. Ah! Did you know the modern ports of SNES Star Wars is harder because there's no slowdown? That applies to a lot of games. The Wonderful 101 is harder than it ever has been. I played a lot on the Wii U version, obviously. I'm one of the 10 players who played a lot on the Wii U version. And that really fucked me up for a while. When I when I started playing the newer version. Just the timing on spring and guts and stuff. I kept thinking that I had more time to wait for an attack to come in. And I would say that... thankfully, it's not a big issue in the Wonderful 101, but I think Platinum actually made a mistake not accounting for the speed up in the QuickTime events for Bayonetta, because the one against Jean at the end, in the third Jean fight, there's one. It's optional; it doesn't always trigger, but they can get into a kind of face-off with each other. I think maybe it definitely wants to trigger, but I think you can avoid it if you kill her fast enough, basically. I don't think it's mandatory for the fight. But anyway, there's one that triggered. It's borderline impossible for me, anyway. I did do it once. I pulled it off once, but just barely. And I'd say I'm a pretty good masher. It's pretty merciful how early these things stop firing when they go off screen. Oh, by the way, yeah, I had another discovery. The turbo fire on the buttons makes a big fucking difference in Fantasy Zone. I was using it last time when I streamed. I think that was the first Shmup stream. I don't think I've streamed it since then. But I played it yesterday, and I put the turbo fire on the highest setting, and holy fuck, does it shred. It just shreds everything. The game is clearly just anytime the button is pressed, you get the fire. It fucking shreds. Absolutely shreds. That's a big difference. That boss that closes in on you is much, much easier. What I think about the current state of affairs in video games regarding restoration, preservation, remastering. I think it's a fucking shambles. It's a fucking shambles. It's not good. It's not good. It relies a lot on piracy and on... Oh, you fucking... I thought he was done. Relies a lot on piracy and on just the goodwill of developers making emulators in their own fucking free time. And it's just bad. It's really bad. I am waiting for the day, maybe sometime soon, when they'll say, hey, Demon's Souls is now available on PC, and by the way, it's the fucking... the Blue Point remake. Or the fact that, you know, like, I didn't even look this up, I didn't verify it, but I'm pretty sure that there's a bunch of fucking PS2 games that if you want to play them backwards compatible on the PS4 or the PS5, you have to stream the PS3 version, which introduced more bugs to the equation, you know? That would hurt. Well, get ready for it. The Demon's Souls remake, I assume you're talking about. Get ready for it. It'll happen some... If it hasn't happened already, it'll happen someday, I mean. You know, be it fucking Shadow of the Colossus or Demon's Souls or some other game. Who knows? Metal Gear. Right? There's still no... Correct me if I'm wrong, there's still no good, like, PC version of Metal Gear 2 and 3. I think there was a release of them at some point. Maybe they're on GOG, I'm not sure. But anyway. Yeah, the input lag. That's, you know, that's the main benefit of FPGA stuff, I think, personally, from my experience. The input lag. Big one. It's a big one. But I will admit I'm not as sensitive to it as most people, but it is a big one, yeah. Yeah. Definitely. I think I was actually playing Super Metroid with a good bit of input lag, though, even though I was playing it on the Super NT. The controller, I think, is just a regular... The one that I was using for that is just a regular Bluetooth. Whereas the one for the Mega SG was a 2.4 gigahertz, which apparently reduces lag quite a lot. So yeah, it makes a big difference. What's my favorite controller for games? I'm very impressed with the DualSense, except the battery life is terrible. But it has a lot of features built into it. But apparently it uses those new kind of sticks that are going to eventually drift. It hasn't happened to me yet on the PS5, but for me, it's been the number one design flaw with the Switch, is just the sticks. Presumably Nintendo's going to come out with a new console sometime soon. For me, whether I buy that console day one comes down to the sticks. If it has the same sticks as the Switch, I'm not buying it day one. I'm going to wait and see if they revise it. Or I'll hold off as long as I can. I don't know. Maybe they'll get me by the balls. They'll say, if you want to play the best version of Tears of the Kingdom, I will, maybe. But that's really the only thing. And I'm only saying that because I don't think that this is likely. But I think it's possible. If they do. I don't know. I have concerns about Tears of the Kingdom. That they'll overcorrect some of the flaws of Breath of the Wild or that whatever. Right? I've talked about this a bit before, and I don't expect it to do everything that I would want it to do. But it's possible. I mean, Breath of the Wild was a big departure for the series. It's possible. To me, it felt like a game that had very strong direction behind it, and I think that if that's true of the next one, then maybe it will be everything that I want it to be. And it's the only game since The Wonderful 101 where I get the sense that this could be the one that finally dethrones it as my favorite game. But none of that's based on the trailers that they've shown so far, right? So I have very high hopes and very low expectations. I'm doing a particularly low hope and a particularly low expectation for that game. But that's the only way they're going to get me, is if they say, oh, there's a better version of it on the Switch 2 coming out at the same time or something like that. Assuming that the sticks are what they are. The sticks are just... They can't do it again. They can't have those analog sticks again. They have to be better. So yeah, the reason I say this is because from my understanding, the DualSense has the same sticks or a very similar mechanism in them, and they're going to go to shit at some point. But apart from that, it's a great controller. Apart from that and the battery life, it feels great, and the triggers are really good. The triggers are not like anything I've ever felt on a controller before. This is not to say that there's some revolutionary thing that every controller must have, but they're a very nice feature. It gives things that little bit more impact. I keep getting myself into... I gotta stop moving around in a different... getting myself pincered by... What? Seen the video of the guy who got his wife to play Breath of the Wild, and because of iPads and iPhones, she could only look with invert. What does that even mean? Oh man, you made me lose. I fucking... Okay. Alright, it's been an hour of this. I'm guessing you would like to see a different game at this point. The slow scroll speed I'm betting does not make this a very good viewing experience. Okay, we'll do a different game. I'll show that one that I was talking about. I can't remember what it's called. Super Soldier or bullshit. Superstar Soldier. Yeah, we're still sticking with PC Engine for now. I am considering doing a little bit of Neo Geo soon. As a Christmas treat. What were we talking about anyway? I don't know. Tears of the Kingdom. Anyway, hoping it's good. That's the main takeaway. Maybe it'll be good. It's amazing that the industry still has no standard on whether camera control should be inverted or not. I don't know if this is one of the options, but one of the things I didn't know about the PS5 till I got it was there's actually a kind of global settings menu you can go into, where basically it you put in your defaults, like what difficulty you like to play on, and developers can kind of assign your settings to that. So that might be one of the settings in there that you can choose whether you do inverted camera controls or not. I assume that it's not mandated that the developers have to support it though. But it just means that the game can pull from those settings when you first boot it up to give you presets that you're probably happy with, which is a nice feature. Yeah, well, Aaron says, I'm not sure how good that would be because camera/difficulty can differ a lot between games. I think for difficulty, I agree. It is a little bit like hard to know. But it's just the default. When you go into the game, you can set it whatever you want anyway, right? You're not set in stone. This is kind of like those bad guys from Gradius. You know the bad guy that shows up? Anyway, yeah, but for camera, generally I think that would stick. This is where this game actually gets difficult. I'm not even sure I've seen past this stage. Maybe I have. I was thinking, I'm not reading the chat, so just, I was thinking maybe I should be more willing to bounce around. Actually, I think I meant to say this earlier. Somebody was asking if we're still on PC Engine, because you know when you're in an arcade, you don't stick with one game. At least I didn't, anyway. Generally, just one or two shots on any given game, and then it was off to the next one. Part of the fun, really, isn't it? Oh, I might be able to... Yeah, if I keep that there... What's happening? This is a boss fight, is it? What's happening? Where's the boss? It's gonna wait till this thing goes off screen, is it? Oh, that's fucking... I did... Can those things even damage me? Man, they're making me fucking panic. God. I get hit by that fucking snake fucker in Alien Soldier about half the time I play it as well. The guy after the lobster boss. I mean, erratically moving enemies are like kryptonite to me. It's a cool background. The enemy design in this game seems better than the other two. Is there a name? This must all be the same developer, right? I have this right, don't I? They're all the same developer. Will that turn back into a red? Come on. Oh. Fuck. Fuck! Hopefully that means he can't launch any more missiles at least. No, he can't. Okay. Ah, fuck. Fuck. Is it common for Shmups to have so many fucking difficulty spikes? It seems like every other game I play, you get to some part that's just way harder than every other part that's come before it. Oh, man. That sucks. This was going really well. I'm fucked now. Alright, just gotta figure out how to deal with those missiles. Ooh. Oh, you get infinite continues in this one, it looks like. Oh, is the sound too low? I can higher it up. It varies from game to game, so it's hard to get it right every time. Yeah, I do. I do question the wisdom of setting so many shmups in space where there's tons of little pixels in the background that just confuse you. I mean, it's not as bad as it could be. But yeah, there's a lot of dots on screen there. You want me to go all the way, do you, bunny? I don't know, man. I don't think I can make it. How many stages does this game have? Does anybody know? It's definitely harder than the other two. It went very smoothly there, but it's definitely harder. Ah, I looked away. Okay. Alright. Gotta focus for a minute. I'm ignoring chat again for a while. You don't get any bombs or anything. It's part of what makes it harder. Although the bombs and blazing lasers are kind of shit anyway, to be honest. Thinking about on one of the prior streams where I was talking about how playing Returnal. Yeah, that's what I get for talking. I'm gonna go back to the start of this game. I don't really expect that it's gonna make a difference coming in here with upgrades once, but I figure you're not bored of the start of this game yet, so I'm just gonna start over. There was guys coming in, 2 yellow guys coming in shooting missiles, and one of their missiles is basically guaranteed to go off screen and become a non-threat because it seems like it just deactivates when it goes off screen. But in my mind, that thing of just throwing more bullets on screen than could ever possibly matter, that's always going to be a Returnal thing in my mind because I think it sticks out so much more in 3D. You can tell they had fun with it as well when they were making it. Just that the game was able to support so many bullets, so they were just like, yeah, just throw a million of them on screen. What's that manga called again? Isekai Oji-san. Do you want do you want one of my Isekai Oji-san rants? Right? This is someone in the chat was saying, talking about Origins and Legends and saying it might be the best platform ever. I assume you're talking about Rayman, right? I have played those. I think they're good. But I always felt like I need to play more. I can't remember. I mean, I'm thinking, which one do I need to play? Is it Origins or Legends? Doesn't one of them include the other one? I don't know. I'll get around to it someday because they're good games. I actually have played a lot of one of them, but I don't think I ever finished it. And I really should because they're good. But I was thinking of buying something more recent to play. You know, Christmas. I want to play something. I was browsing and I was having a look. What could I play? Maybe I'd be okay playing Control on the PlayStation. And then I saw that it's Control Ultimate Edition, and then I remember some vague thing about how they changed it so that there was like, there's some version and you can't upgrade to the other version or something, and I'm like, well, this probably isn't that because it's called Ultimate version. But every other fucking game has 10 different versions of whatever game it is now. And I just went, yeah, I'm not going to bother. I'm not going to bother looking up whether this is the right version of Control to play. Like, is this the version to play, or is this the version that's already outdated or will be outdated in a month when they release some new version that they're making that I haven't heard about? Or some shit. And that's my grumpy rant for today. That it sucks that it seems like every other game has, you know, Ultimate Edition, excellent edition, blah blah. You know, this is the edition that includes the extra bonus DLC campaign, and this is the one that doesn't. But this is the one that has remastered graphics, and this is the one that runs it. You know, fuck all that shit, man. I can't be bothered. I can't, like, it feels like you have to do research to know which version of a game to fucking buy instead of just walking into the shop and buying a game. You know what I mean? I assume that I'm in a very tiny minority with this, being fed up enough of this to just go, oh, fuck it. You know, I'll play Control some other day, maybe, right? How many people are like that? Probably not a lot. But I mean, maybe it's costing money. Maybe it's costing money. Because I don't want to have to do research before I buy a game. I just want to see that there's one version of the game and buy it. If I have to do research, there's a good chance I'm just going to give up. And you know, like, I would imagine that that's something that they say, right? When you're in marketing school or whatever the fuck, right? Salesmanship. Don't give people a million don't put obstacles in the way of them buying your shit, right? Don't put obstacles in the way. Make it easy to say, oh, you're looking for the thing? Here it is. Here's the thing that you're looking for. Would you like to buy it? Yeah, alright, yeah, I'll buy that. I'll buy that for $1. As they say. Yeah, you know, someone recommends you a game, alright, oh yeah, but don't get that, fuck off. Whatever, right? I'm not gonna bother. You know, if somebody recommends a game to you and they're like, okay, play this game, okay, great. Oh, but don't get that version. And now it's like, well, between the time that we're having this conversation and the time when I can actually, you know, get to a computer and buy the game, I have to remember that you've told me that there's some specific version of the game that I'm not supposed to play anymore. And I have to play this. Fuck off. You know, just... I'm not saying fuck off to a recommendation or whatever. I'm saying fuck off. I don't want to have to learn this, right? I don't have to keep this piece of shit knowledge in my head about what version I'm supposed to play. Just want to play a fucking game, you know? I'm telling you, this is probably the kind of thing that plagues modern shmups, you know? But at least here I'm picking a game and I'm just playing it, right? I know there's arcade versions of these games and all that kind of shit as well, but whatever. I would like to believe that they're actually, by doing all this convoluted bullshit to try and nickel and dime people out of a few little microtransaction things that they throw in with the Ultimate Edition, that they're actually losing money. If that turned out to be the case, that would be very funny to me. I would love to believe it. I don't actually believe that. I believe that they do make more money. But I'd love to believe it. I played some Rabby Ribby. Didn't really grab me. I could see myself enjoying it, but maybe I just wasn't in the mood for it or something. I'd say I played about an hour of it. Didn't really grab me. I would certainly not pass judgment on it. I know the thing that, you know, one of the best indicators I think of whether something is worth paying attention to is just when people feel strongly about it. Not whether it's popular, but just whether the people who like it actually think it's great. Seems like there's a lot of people who think it's one of the best Metroidvania games out there. So I'm certainly open to trying it again, but it didn't grab me when I played it. Well, we're about to find out how well this weapon does on this boss. Maybe pretty good. It looks like he's flashing a lot, but how much damage is it doing? Fuck. Yeah, do you know what he reminds me of? He kind of reminds me of fucking Sonic Spinball with that Scorpion Robotnik boss. Fucking horrific game. Well, I was hoping to come in here with something better, but here we are again. Cool background, at least. kind of... I don't know how I feel about it. As there's some things that you wonder if designers kind of put them in because they're fun as design ideas rather than like something that players actually enjoy. But it's kind of conceptually interesting that upgrading this weapon actually temporarily downgrades the middle shot. You know, when you're in the middling part of the upgrades, this middle shot is actually weaker than it would be normally. But as a player, it doesn't feel very good. I don't like upgrading my weapon and having fewer shots where I'm actually pointing. The enemy design in this game is definitely a cut above the other two. There's way more interesting stuff. Those little green guys are interesting. Okay, if I remember right, shooting the boss's head didn't stop the missiles. So maybe there's no point focusing on the head. But maybe focusing on the arms doesn't even do anything. I'm guessing that you have to peel them apart anyway. I don't know. I mean, what even damages me here? Can I touch the boss? I don't know. Just barely. Alright, what we got here? Some tea. Okay. Holy fuck, does that thing speed up? Whoa. Oh, here we go. Bubbles 2.0. I think this one might be too hard for me, but I am actually enjoying it. I should probably mute this. Turn off the ASMR. Someone said, talking about Monster Hunter, I decided to try Generations Ultimate after playing World and Rise, and it's rough. Man, you have no if you haven't played any other Monster Hunter, you have no fucking idea. You have no right to call that rough. Jesus Christ, they're basically the same game almost compared to like Monster Hunter 1. Oh man. Man, I can't believe I put myself through that. Starting Monster Hunter from the first fucking game. I can't believe it. Yeah, yeah, this is the laughter of someone that knows suffering. Yeah, too right. That's exactly what it is. I'm not laughing at the statement. I mean, you can feel that way if you want. I think I haven't played Rise yet, but it was going from the classic games to World was less of the paradigm shift than I thought it was going to be. I would say that the series probably evolved more up to that point than it did with just World itself anyway. But yeah, man. Oh man. I don't know if that was time well spent or not. I really don't. This is an extremely harsh area, but it's cool. Oh, that's cool as well. So this game seems a lot more polished than the other two. I know I keep saying this, but yeah. Should I? I was hesitating. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, this is where this ride ends, I think. Probably do want the laser for this part. I think the laser in this game is not as good as blazing lasers, but it seems like it's probably the right weapon for this level. Abraham Montes says, I could never get into Monster Hunter. Repetitive, tedious, grindy, frustrating. I only played Freedom Unite for 20 hours and it was painful. Yeah, I would say if you've played Freedom Unite, you've basically experienced classic Monster Hunter. The first Monster Hunter game is certainly not going to change your opinion. Probably worth saying though, I mean, I wouldn't really classify myself as a big Monster Hunter fan or anything like that. Certainly elements of it, I've come to appreciate certain elements of it. You know, context sensitivity, blah, blah, blah. But it's probably worth knowing at least that a lot of the stuff that people didn't like about the earlier games has been streamlined in the later ones. You know, for example, when you go to pick stuff up, you just pick it up. It doesn't do the big long animation where you trawl around for shit on the ground or whatever. You just pick it up and that's it. And you can like run past a honey nest and you'll just pick up all the honey that's in it in one go. Doesn't necessarily mean you'll like the newer ones, but it's at least worth saying, I suppose. There's one aspect of Monster Hunter which I do find really, really interesting, which is I don't know how that series managed to survive at Capcom. I assume that the first game wasn't popular. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but it was a PS2 game. Maybe I'm just straight up wrong about that. I mean, I know it wasn't popular in the West, but I assume it wasn't even popular in Japan. There's, you know, on top of all the usual Monster Hunter shit, there's like, you know, you use the right stick to attack instead of a button press. And yeah. But I don't know, I think a lot of people who enjoy Monster Hunter would not enjoy the early entries of it. And so it's kind of interesting that Capcom extending so much goodwill to the series. I don't know, maybe it's more popular than I think, even from the start. That guy died a lot easier than I thought he would. I didn't even really try killing him fucking last time. I just assumed that he'd be one of those semi-invincible enemies that you're better off not even trying to kill. But yeah, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say it turned into their biggest seller. It's a fucking cash machine for them now. Even though in the beginning probably wasn't popular. Kind of hard to see how this series is going to turn out to be Capcom's biggest fucking series ever, you know? But them extending goodwill to the series paid off immensely for them in the long run. That's the point I'm getting at. What I'm saying is, Monster Hunter 1 comes out today. Imagine no Monster Hunter exists. Monster Hunter 1 comes out today. It's kind of hard to imagine Capcom sticking with it the way that they did. And yet, because they did, they have an extremely high seller on their hands. Please tell me I've hit a checkpoint by now. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. This is a real shmup. Oh yeah. Sorry, Andre. Yeah, you're right. I should have swapped weapon. Yeah. Yeah. I'm talking. Hey, I'm talking here, okay? I'm only limiting myself to PC Engine games if you take the short view. I'm not limited. We're just in the PC Engine phase right now, that's all. Yeah, Surshiner says, farthest back I can go is Monster Hunter Ultimate 3, and barely at that. Unlimited whetstones should have been the standard from the start. I am... Perhaps you have a sense of my personality now. I don't know, because I feel like the sense of me that you get from my videos is not necessarily... It doesn't necessarily reflect how I am in real time, right? You know, every once in a while somebody stumbles across the streams and it's like catching your teacher in the shops, you know, and you overhear them saying the word fuck, muttering the word fuck under their breath, and you go, wow, that's right. Yeah, the videos are professional and real life is not professional. It's just real life. But I'm not a very patient person, and I hate menus. I hate using menus. You know, when I play Monster Hunter, like to me, Monster Hunter, for me, and for basically nobody, this would kill the series. But for me, Monster Hunter would be improved if it was just an actual linear arcade gauntlet of just kill this monster. Here's your equipment, kill this monster. You don't make any decisions about your equipment. You just have it, and there you go. Because then there would be like no downtime in the fucking in the village or whatever, running around in the village. Upgrade. I don't care about upgrading the gear or any of that shit. I don't care. I know that's what keeps people playing, but I don't give a shit about any of that. Um, I can't tell you because of that. Yeah, that would kill the series. I know. I know. I know. Um, because of that, I can't tell you the number of times in the old Monster Hunter games I would go on a hunt and I would realize that I had accidentally dumped my whetstones and I didn't have any. You know, I'm like fighting for about 5-10 minutes and then I realize I have no whetstones and it's just that's it. Turn the console off. I'm done for the day. Because it's pretty amazing. Like you definitely wouldn't catch the series bringing that back now. Um, but it is kind of amazing in its own way, the idea that you could just not have a piece of equipment on you, and as a result, you just weren't going to win. I mean, maybe you could grind out a victory, but it would be absolutely no fun whatsoever to have your weapon bouncing off the monster every time you hit him. Yeah, so there you go. Yeah, that's where I disagree, Andrew. Um, and this is where I think I do wonder how many Monster Hunter players kind of I don't know. I wonder how much the grind factors into how much people enjoy it. Like, it's a shame that people kind of almost need the grind to enjoy it, right? So you said that you enjoy hunting monsters multiple times, and the grind makes you do that. But here's the thing, right? All right, what I described was more or less a boss rush. Obviously, that's not really possible to do in Monster Hunter because the fights take so long, right? But imagine it's just a mission-based kind of thing, and maybe it gives you 3 or 4 monsters and you fight them one by one or something like that, and that's kind of like that's like a mission in it, right? So it takes you an hour or whatever, right? A nice little, and it's like its own little game unto itself, kind of like a mission. You know, the way talked about the Wonderful 101 is a very long game, and every operation in it is like its own little game to itself. You can kind of think of it that way, right? That you can sit down and play Operation 1 and it takes you like an hour if you do all the Kakuregas and all that kind of stuff, and you're going for pure platinum. And it's like, well, that's a nice chunk, right? To switch on and really play at your best for about an hour and then turn it off and maybe revisit it and do mission 2 tomorrow, whatever, right? They give you bite-sized chunks like that. But what I'm saying is, how many times have you watched me not only play, but stream Alien Soldier, right? I don't do it because I make fucking shit out of the monster's guts. I do it because it's fun, right? And Monster Hunter can be fun, right? I don't enjoy every fucking monster, of course. And I like some weapons more than others. But it can be fun. And it's just like, it doesn't need the grind, right? If it's a good enough game, it doesn't need the grind. But I think a lot of players need the grind. It's, yeah, I don't know, whatever. Talked about it before. All the cookie clicker shit, whatever. You know what I mean? Just repeating myself now. Worth repeating. Well, I think part of the problem here is I'm preaching to the choir here, right? If you're tuning into the stream, you probably already agree with me, or you at least see my point, right? Maybe Andrew doesn't agree with me, and that's fine. But he's probably heard it before, and like I'm not going to convince him at this point, and I'm not going to shout him down or anything and say stop having fun, right? You're having the wrong kind of fun. That's not going to work, right? Yeah. So there's no point in. I don't say this enough, but thank you to people for tuning in and being there. I don't say this enough. And to all the patrons, I don't know how many of them watch the streams, but I always say every once in a while I think I should say a word of thanks. Just say a word of thanks. You know what I mean? Thanks to everybody to tuning in, even Andrew. Thanks for tuning in. Well, this is working out quite nicely. Yep, it's Bubbles 2.0 here, which is pretty cool. This really does feel like a kind of spiritual successor to the Bubble level from Blazing Lasers. I'm assuming this game came later, although it might not because it doesn't have a bomb. That's the one way that this game is kind of lacking compared to the others. It doesn't have a bomb button. That was cool too, that's cool. Sorry, I've missed a lot of chat. Someone says Henry had a point, maybe he did, but I didn't see it, so... Oh no, that's gonna be way harder. No way. No way. Holy shit, it really is the start of stage. That's brutal. That's brutal, man. Okay, that's pretty fucking harsh. Alright, we can do this. We can do this. Maybe I'll go back to the start and try the laser on the earlier levels as well. I did try it off stream when I first played and I wasn't very impressed by it, but maybe it's better than I thought. It's no blazing laser, but maybe it gets the job done. Fuck. Oh, you're talking about TJ Henry Yoshi? By the same token, you can argue it's sad some people need to grind. Wouldn't you think it's sad some people need the flamin' S rank? With the 2000 red ore bonus for no damage to do well in DMC1. Well, I haven't achieved it yet. I I need to do some more Alien Soldier streams. I haven't achieved it yet, but right, Alien Soldier does count the amount of damage that you take, and I suppose it comes up at the end and all that, but it's not, there's not a huge fanfare paid to it in that game, and I definitely want to do it in that game. There's not really a lot of fanfare paid to the idea of getting a 1 credit clear in a shmup, and while I did it in Zero Ranger, but that's because you kind of have to. But there's definitely appeal to doing that, you know, to just not dying. There's an inherent appeal to it. But I think the biggest differentiator between the two is that one is completely skill based and the other isn't, right? There's some sense in which you could play Devil May Cry 1 forever, and if you're just not good enough, you will never ever get an S rank. Ever. Right? No matter how long you play, if something about the game doesn't click with you, or you're just not good enough, you'll never get it. Whereas if you grind, you're always guaranteed to get it in the end, right? So that's a big difference between the two. But yeah, I won't deny that there's a kind of an extrinsic element to the ranking system of those games. I talked about it a little bit in the Beautiful Joe thing. I said that, you know, it might be interesting if, for example, the outcome of the narrative changes slightly depending on how well you play. That's still an external motivator, but it's kind of I don't know, maybe feels more worthwhile, I suppose, than just a number coming up at the end of the screen, you know? But yeah, I don't know. I think they're different. They're fundamentally different, at least in that way that I described. I'll put it another way. I don't have any plans to put any kind of ranking system into Mushido, but I'd still like to do it. The Ghosts and Goblins is another one. You know, I don't think that tracks your damage, the damage that you've taken, because there's only 2 pieces of health or whatever that you have, 2 or 3 pieces of health, you know. But I enjoy getting through a stage unscathed in that game. Just I think that's a level of intrinsic enjoyment that you can't say that grinding has, you know? But yeah, I don't plan to put any kind of ranking system into Mushido, but it would be... I would hope that it would be the kind of game, you know, if it turns out well and it's the kind of game that I'm proud to have made, and it accomplishes what I set out to do, I would hope it would be the kind of game that somebody would just do that anyway, just to have done it. I did briefly toy with the idea, maybe this will go in, I don't know, I did briefly toy with the idea of maybe this will go in, maybe this will go, should I talk about it? Maybe this will go in, I don't know. But I suppose I'm not fully decided on this yet, but I am leaning against it. But I was thinking, you know the way some samurai have like a banner on their back, right? You know, picture the kind of samurai banner, right? I was thinking it it might be fun if when you play you have a banner on your back, and as soon as you take damage, the banner comes off and lands on the ground. And then maybe once you finish the game on your subsequent playthroughs, you can see the banner will spawn in that particular place, so that you can see the furthest you've ever made it without taking any damage at all. You know? I thought that might be fun, but I don't know. It would have to be. It would kind of mess with the visuals a little bit. Yeah, it's like Caro Blaster's coat. Yeah, or it's kind of. It might actually be more similar to the Kick Me sign in God Hand. Yeah. Yeah, someone else says we see the Caro Blaster influence. Yes, that is where it came from. I will not lie. But it's kind of like the Kick Me sign as well. But Caro Blaster is the thing that inspired it. Yes. Yeah. So I don't know. It sounds awesome. It does sound cool. Okay. A lot of people think it sounds cool. Maybe we'll do it. Maybe we'll do it. Yeah. I was thinking on subsequent playthroughs then we can just place a flag there. I don't know. Maybe we won't. I don't know. I'm trying to take the lore of it all and the story and the world very seriously, because I feel like that's the kind of stuff that I enjoy and I don't see enough of it. So it seems kind of stupid to take it so seriously when it's about giant insect samurais and shit. But that's what I like about it, about this particular game. So I don't know how I feel about the idea of this banner being there in subsequent playthroughs. That's the part that I would be, I don't know. But actually having the banner on him, that's the part I am more okay with. Except for the fact that it does kind of interfere with the sprite, and it would probably be a lot of work for very little payoff, you know? Because for every action that the player can do, we need to it would have to be its own separate thing. Otherwise, fucking God help me, I'd never hear the end of it. We'd have to have two sets of sprites for every action, right? One with the banner and one without. And I don't think there's any way I'm gonna. I don't. Yeah, I'm not gonna put her through that. So it would have to be its own little thing, but it has to have like an attachment point on the player character then. You know, Caro Blaster can do it because the frog sprite is very simple and he barely animates, right? That's why it's very easy to do in Caro Blaster. But for Mushido, there's kind of more animation and shit, you know? So, I don't know. So, I thought about that, but if that doesn't make it into the game, please don't be disappointed. It's not even just a technical problem. I actually just am... I'm still undecided on whether it's something I even want in the game, you know? But I thought that might be a kind of way of giving people that... I don't know whether you would count that as intrinsic or extrinsic. I think it's kind of borderline. Yeah, I might stream Twinkle Star Sprites at some point, yeah. I'm gonna step away for a second. I'll be back in a minute. Hello, everyone. Forgot I had a little snack here, so I'm gonna have a little snack. I just dodge him, Andrew. I don't have any clever methods of dealing with him. I'm okay with that though. Even if I found some kind of sweet spot, I'd probably want to fight him anyway, just to do it right. Is the Wonderful 101 DLC worth getting? Um, well, the time attack thing is free. I didn't even play it. Um, I don't think it's the right game for a speedrunning mode. Um, the Vorkin thing is fun. I haven't played around with it as much as I should have. I spent a lot of time working on the mod and playing it with the mod, so I kind of felt like I was playing it too much and that I should go play other stuff. But the Vorkin thing is kind of fun. It's not amazing, but it's only about €1 or something like that, so it's fun. I wanted to for the mod. I was hoping that I could find a way to allow people to use Vorkin's ability and the main ability at the same time. In other words, to have a basically just to map the enemy unite thing to R1 or something like that, so that you could use team attacks or enemy attacks. Unify enemy, I gotta use the right term. I'm a complete fucking wonderful nerd. Unify enemy, or whatever it's called. I wanted to try and do that, but I couldn't make it happen. It's probably possible, but it wasn't easy. Anyway. It might not be possible though. I'm not entirely convinced that the right data is loaded in. You know, if you're not playing as Vorkin, there's not really any need for the game to have the enemy unite data. So the mod kind of relies on it just being there. I was snacking on almond fingers. I haven't had any in years. Kind of festive in my mind, even though you can probably buy them year round. Made a mod for Super Mario 64 that lets you enter levels. It's gone off screen now, but yeah, it sounds cool, Dean. I'm not really looking to replay it right now, but sounds cool. Super Mario 64 Plus. It sounds like it would have been hard to do. Guessing the simplest way to do it would be to trigger a map reload, but then I don't know how it works. Are you still in the same place? Glad you're enjoying 13 Sentinels Virtua. You might want to close the chat though. Kind of game you don't really want to get spoiled on. How many shmups have you gone through off and on stream? I think I've shown basically everything that I've tried so far. I had a quick shot of Aero Fighters 2 on the Neo Geo. I've played a lot of Blazing Star, but that was a good bit before I started streaming shmups. So basically everything that I've tried I have shown on stream. I think I played a little bit of Core Yoon. Yeah, I have tried out a couple of games, a few more games, but just random PC Engine ones. and only for a minute or two each, just to see what they're like. I'll probably revisit them sooner or later. All right. Whoa. Maybe pulled out the capture card there. All right. Yeah, credit fed Mushihime-sama. Yeah, well, like there's a bunch of shmups that I've played over the years, like Ikaruga, Mushihime-sama, Zero Ranger. I played Zero Ranger something like 3 years ago now, maybe even 4 years ago. Yeah, Resogun. Plus a bunch of twin stick shooters if you count those as well. And classic arcade stuff as well, like Defender, Space Invaders, probably a few more really old shmups, arcade shmups. Galaga. The old Galaga, waiting for, what was it, fucking Ridge Racer to boot up, playing Galaga. That was pretty mind-blowing at the time, I have to say. The PS1, I don't know how many people know this. Some youngsters in the chat might not know. The PS1 version, I think it was Tekken and Ridge Racer. Was it? I think it was more than one game. But yeah, when you boot it up, because the PlayStation had loading times, and most games didn't really have loading times up to then. I mean, there were certain things like fucking the Commodore or whatever had 5-minute loading times when you first put a game in, but a lot of mainstream consoles and stuff for the preceding generations, they didn't really, you know, like the NES and the SNES and all that, they don't really have loading times. So to smooth it over while you're waiting for Ridge Racer to start up, you get to play Galaga while it loads. Pretty mind-blowing, the idea that you're getting to play a game while you're waiting for the other one to get ready. And then they patented it and nobody else got to do it for many years. I think, if I remember, this is my understanding of it. I'm not a fucking journalist, so, you know, this is just some dude. Some dude in the arcade leans over and says, "Dude, did you know that in Okami they had to take a little mini game out because it was infringing on a patent by Konami?" Yeah, man, it's totally fucking true. There's like a, correct me if I'm wrong. Probably the chat has already told the whole story in the chat, and I'm just telling a worse version right now. But there's like a little mini game in Okami when it's loading where you can press a button at the right time to get a free item or something like that. And they had to remove it from subsequent versions of the game because years ago Namco patented the I think it's Namco, right? They patented the idea of having a mini game in a loading screen. Oh, I should have picked that thing up, so I don't have any missiles. I think the patent's run out now, yeah. Yeah, well, the patent ran out, but games don't load as much as they used to now anymore. So, if you're an indie game, you're not going to have a 5-minute loading screen this day and age. If you're a AAA game, you'll probably find some other way to mask it or something like that, or you know, stream it at the right time so that it's all covered up and blah blah blah. Yeah, I'm not going to defend that Nintendo patent on the time rewinding thing. I don't think they should have done that. I think given how hard people seem to copy Breath of the Wild pretty much immediately after it came out, I can understand why there's a temptation to do shit like that at a corporate level. But I will say it's probably slightly different. Like, there's probably some very technical slight difference you can draw between what happens in Breath of the Wild and what happens in Braid. Because from what they've shown, it's just a single object that gets rewound. And I mean, it's less impressive than Braid in that way, because everything rewinds in Braid, but, you know, there's probably some very slight difference to it. I think it's I don't know, the fact that the object is rewinding and causing physics interactions, even though everything else is moving forward, you know? I certainly, if I was the guy who decided whether or not that was valid, it certainly wouldn't be enough for me to approve it as a patent. But whatever. Just, I wouldn't... Yeah, Braid has single object. I know. I've played Braid, man. I just mean, like, obviously Nintendo is aware that Braid exists, right? You know, people at Nintendo have played Braid, I guarantee you. So, there's probably some wording. What I'm saying is, somewhere, if you interpret the thing fully, read it fully, and interpret it all, there's probably some wording in there to make it clear, like, to distinguish it somehow from what's done in Braid. You know, there's Prince of Persia as well. It has to be distinguished from those in some way, or else they will obviously never get a patent granted on it. But yeah, I don't think they should have done that. You have to admit, though, you know, you have to admit it's basically cringeworthy how many fucking games have had hang gliders and paragliders and shit in the last 5 years just because Breath of the Wild had one. You know, it's I don't know. How many times am I going to get killed by those stealth bombers coming up from the back? Do you know what? There's so many... At this point, I've seen multiple games call her fucking Queen Mab, right? Okay, I'm not going to profess to be some kind of Irish folklore expert here, right? But I think there's anybody who's read the Bayonetta lore, the fucking sword that Viola has is said to be from Queen Mab, right? Now this is clearly just somebody at Platinum has played fucking Shin Megami Tensei or something. And it's like what happens when people insert errors into maps to catch other people out, right? This was a thing. Map makers used to put errors in their maps so that if anybody plagiarized it, they would know, right? There would be a street that didn't exist and they'd just look for the street and go, yeah, you copied it because that's bullshit, right? Where did this Queen Mab come from, right? Surely it's Maeve. Queen Maeve, right? If any of you have watched The Boys, right? The way they say it on that show is correct. Maeve. Because when you have a BH in Irish, that means V. basically. Because there is no letter V in the Irish language. Again, I'm not an expert on any of this shit, right? I don't even speak Irish. But I'm pretty sure of this. So, please stop calling her Mab. It's Maeve. You know, I'm dreading playing. I'm dreading playing fucking Bayonetta Origins and hearing the word out loud, Queen Mab. You know. Nello Angelo, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't speak Irish. Most people here do not speak Irish. Although there are some phrases every Irish person knows. It's been a long time since I've said it, but how do you say it? On will cadagum dul gudi on lehrish. I think I got it right. They probably don't even say that in school anymore. That's can I go to the toilet? As a kid in school, for some reason, you ask that in Irish. Or you say, when they do the roll call, you don't say here, you say anseo, which means here in Irish. Amadon, yeah, everyone knows that one as well, yeah, Amadon. Or Truckiar Law, everyone knows that one as well. Truckiar Law, Trucky. Just Trucky, you know? Yeah, I would not be the guide for pronunciation. I think it's supposed to be more like Chucky. I don't know how to do it. Oh, they still say that in school? Not Truckiar Law, obviously. The toilet one. They still say that today. No, Amadon is not a regular word. No. You wouldn't hear it. I wouldn't anyway. But I am a dub, so maybe it's more of a country thing. I don't know. Yeah, Matthew is pronounced Matthew. That's correct. Yeah. I have to make an effort. I've gotten used to saying Matthew now. But yeah. I've lost a lot of my accent because honestly a lot of the talking out loud that I do is just reading scripts to myself. Reading them out loud. I find it helps as a way to stay focused and to catch things that sound too awkward, you know? So. Yeah, I used to have a stronger accent, yeah. I remember I got messages from people early on when I started the channel saying that like the videos were helping them to learn English basically. And that's when I started putting more effort into enunciating things. I thought, well, if this is a benefit that people are getting, I should really I should help them out a little bit and make it clearer what I'm saying. But I kind of regret it because I feel like I don't know, if you're going to learn a language, you don't want somebody... I suppose I didn't realize it at the time, but I suppose it's kind of condescending, right? To say like, oh, you're learning, I'll talk differently for you, right? If somebody's learning a language, they actually want to learn how people say it. And I should have just carried on exactly as I was. I do find the idea funny though. Someone learning English through my videos and coming out with an Irish accent. I think that'd be funny. Maybe I should swap over to the laser now. That seems like a good plan. Too late, maybe? Yeah, too late, I think. Nah, that kid from Revengeance is... I'm not sure exactly. If I had to guess, it's South African or something, right? Yeah, I lack patience for this boss. I feel like there's an easier way to do this if only I'm a little bit more patient. Yeah, look at that. That's so much easier. Because he moves out of the way. So if you just wait, he moves out of the way by the time you're in danger. Well, now we know. Now we know. The English accent is the hardest to understand. Yeah, I would imagine that American is the easiest to understand. Because they really prolong vowels and they enunciate the most of anybody, I think. Americans slur their words a lot, honestly. As an Irish, how do you feel about Finn McCool's... or as you wrote it... Okay, I was wondering if that was actually... Yeah. Finn McCummin my hair. As you call it, Finn McCool. Inclusion in SMT5. I actually used him right the way to the end. I thought he was great. He was cool. I think the themes of the game were quite shallow, but knowing that it's you know, knowing that they had this thing about knowledge playing a part of it. You know, the knowledge of human beings and the whatever of demons. I thought that he was a great fit. He was a great fit because of the legend, the thing, the salmon of knowledge thing. Spoilers here for SMT5. You say you don't like that all three sides were terrible. There was something that I liked. You know, I don't go into SMT games for the story in the first place, but I do think the story was a step down from 4 anyway. 4 had a great world and a pretty good cast. The main samurai guys were cool anyway. There's one thing that I like. I don't know if anybody's ever talked about this at all or anything, but it feels deliberate. It felt deliberate to me anyway. I'm not going to say that he's a great character or anything, because he's not, but the again, spoilers, the Chaos representative guy, I like the way it was set up in that you almost sense that that if the game had just been a bit different, he would have been the protagonist. You know, there's like a cutscene where they do it, and it seems very deliberate. They specifically have the guy ask him to wait longer than the other, right? You and the other guy leave. Probably the girl is there as well. She leaves, and it's just him and the boss guy left. He asks him to wait, and it's just the kind of thing that would normally happen to the protagonist in a game like this, you know. And he has a kind of protagonist look to him, I think, as well. And obviously he's got the classic, like, he's not superhuman, right? He's more of a classic SMT protagonist kind of thing. I thought that was kind of cool. I think even though he wasn't characterized in an impressive way or anything, I think the framing of it, making him seem more protagonist-like, went a long way to getting you to feel like there was more going on than you were seeing. Like, as though there was almost a whole other game's worth of stuff happening out of sight that you never saw or were privy to. Which makes the game just feel like it's more fleshed out and stuff, you know? It's kind of a cheap trick, and I'm not saying it was amazing or anything. But, yeah. That was something that I liked, that stuck out to me, that I wasn't sure if anybody else felt the same way about, or maybe I'm picking up on something that's not there, but thought that was cool. I'm well and truly zonked out of this game right now. I think I'm going to put on something else. Let's, I don't know what I want to play properly, but let me just show you if I change the, let me just demonstrate. If I change the turbo setting on the controller to the max. Oh yeah, SMT4 has a pretty bad difficulty curve. That's one of the worst things about it. It's the Medusa and the Minotaur are the hardest bosses in the whole fucking game, and then it just gets easier. Alright, here we go. Look how easy it is. Okay. Okay, I really am doing well and truly terrible right now. I think I have not realized how bad I'm playing until just now. I'm going to restart. I've chatted a lot though. I feel good about the chats we've had so far today, chat. Some good stuff today. Content for the algorithm to exploit me by. Should probably buy the wing upgrade. Was two hard patterns there back to back. I think the auto fire debate. There is a debate to be had about turbo auto fire or whatever you want to call it. I think for modern games, there's got to be some kind of cutoff point where it's just okay, you know? I think if you're designing a shmup in this day and age, you need to assume that players can hit the button as fast as possible. You need to assume that the button can be pressed on every frame, you know? You know, even though that doesn't make any sense. You can understand the naivety of developers not realizing that there would be hardware that would do this for players. Because like I said, the very first... If I'm correct, the very first version of the PC Engine did not have turbo buttons. But at some point, I don't know when, the 90s, turn of the millennium, at some point you have to say developers needed to just know, right? And generally, if I'm playing a shmup, I just want to be able to hold the button to fire at the fastest possible rate, you know? I'm not interested in testing my ability to mash. It's just not. But, you know, like when you go back here, this feels like it's too easy. I haven't even finished the game, but like this is definitely not the level of difficulty that was intended, you know? So I don't even mean too easy for me. Definitely not saying that as a shmup newbie. But I mean too easy compared to what the developers intended it to be, you know? Making kind of a superficial comparison here, but I wonder if this game had the same composer as Twinkle Star Sprites. Just because they have kind of similar visuals doesn't mean that they would have the same composer, but there's something about this track in particular sounds kind of like Twinkle Star Sprites to me. Anybody fact check that? Doesn't look like it. I wouldn't bet on it, but I think there's maybe a chance it's the same composer. They aren't. Ah. I had to buy a little doodad to fix my audio. Don't fucking talk to me about it, man. Don't get me started. This boss is a lot easier with the higher turbo fire, but I still don't want to take chances with it if I can avoid it. Look at that. I mean, that's pretty ridiculous. That's pretty ridiculous. Hate that boss. It's kind of like that one from R-Type. It's just too variable. I wouldn't even mind if it was harder. It's just the inconsistency of the experience that kind of gets to me. Morning, Gallo. No, Udilo, thanks. Thanks for your opinion. I don't know if I'm gonna get one anytime soon. I feel like I should have ordered one in time to arrive for Christmas, you know? So at this point, if I ordered it, it'd be arriving in the new year, when I'd rather just hit the ground running with a strong start, work-wise, for the year, rather than playing stuff. But I appreciate the opinion. That's supposed to be one of the easier bosses. I might end up having to spend a life on the next boss. Maybe I should just buy this. I mean, what else am I gonna buy anyway? Fuck it. Maybe this will last? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, it's not even that. Yeah, it's a different boss next. Well, I got a few hits in. Okay, I got here before, but I died. We'll see how it goes. Yeah. Suppose I'll get that. I don't know if it'll actually help. Maybe it'll even hurt. Maybe I should get... I don't know, fuck it, whatever. Yeah, this seems to have hurt more than it helped. It would probably be good for the ones that trip me up here. Oh. Hmm. Oh! Oh, I didn't even know what that bomb did! It's a big me! Oh, it's happy. Wow, his long lost father was the chief of the enemy forces. The pure fucking cheese of this ending scroll. I love it. Oh, I didn't know that was the very last enemy in the whole game. I actually got to him off stream when I found out the turbo button. Jeez. He sent me back to the start. Okay, right, yeah. I would have kept my high score. I was wondering why my score got reset. It's only because I died, that's all. Right. It doesn't seem any harder. Yeah, it's fucked up. It's actually a tragedy, yeah. I'm charmed by this game. I'm charmed by that ending thing. Find it charming. Find it charming that there's lore to this fucking madness. It's actually, I believe this actually takes place in the same universe as Space Harrier or something, doesn't it? There might be other games as well. That really, man, that ending put a big smile on my face. I fucking love that. It's like, Opa Opa is happy. It's a ship, but it's happy, but it has to kill its dad, even though I'm not sure where his dad was, because it looked like the ship, maybe that the big ship was him, and he dies, and that's what the tear is about. We don't actually see him die, but he's about to die. But it looked like he was infested with something. So he was probably controlled all along, you know? And maybe one day my Opa Opa will be big like that. Oh, that was technically a 1 credit clear, wasn't it? Because you only get 1 credit. Or was it? Yeah, it was technically a 1 credit clear, I think. No, technically about it. I think it was. You don't get any continues in this, don't you know? Oh, Christmas plans? Shmup. Shmup. Oh yeah, someone asked earlier, Sol Cresta is on sale. Someone asked earlier if I was going to get it. Well, I have so many shmups to play that I'm not in any rush. I might get it though. Might be nice to play something more recent. How would an open Opa get that big though? It raises a lot of questions. You're just not thinking far ahead enough, man. You think it's science fantasy, but one day it'll just be science fiction. And then one day it won't even be fiction. We'll have big ships that are shaped like Opa Opa and they eat asteroids to grow bigger. How much do you think charm can enhance one's gaming experience? Well, it's not nothing, right? I'm a gameplay first guy, but it's not nothing. The other stuff is not nothing. I've always maintained that the other stuff is not nothing. There's a big part in the Devil May Cry commentary, seems to be the highlight of that commentary for a lot of people, where I show that it's not nothing. And doing my own development has definitely shown me that the audio-visual other elements of a game are certainly not nothing. They are probably the bulk of what goes into any fucking game. So they count, and they're, yeah, it helps if something clicks with you. It's nice. It's fun. I'd like to make a weird game like this. You don't really see them anymore. I would definitely like to make a weird game like this. Visually, I mean. No, I haven't played either Cresta games. Okay, what are we playing next? What are we playing next? Could try Terra Cresta 2. Seems like a strange place to enter the series, but I could try it. I had a quick shot of it. It seems like you get to customize your ship, which isn't really something that I want to do. Customize your formation, not really something I want to do, but maybe I can just skip that part. Just go with the defaults or whatever. Okay, I'm just picking a random game. I think I've played a little bit of this one. You can fire backwards or forwards, I believe. Let me try and not use turbo here. What? I'm shooting backwards. Yeah, I don't know, man. Right, let's just try this again from the start. I'll try one more time, not use turbo, and see how it goes. I'm gonna have to start mashing someday anyway. We play the Neo Geo games or whatever. Sorry, I'm trying to see if I can change the speed. I wish I could. Oh, the impact particles there are quite nice. Well, they're not really particles. Sorry, this is the way I think of them. Well, I mean, particles are just sprites. Yeah. Anyway. The little stars they look nice. It's about the only thing about the visuals that I do really like about this game so far. Oh, here we go. At least I get to keep some of the upgrades, alright. This is like a shotgun. I feel like I got hit there, but maybe if your back is turned it doesn't count? It's very hard to recover in this game. Okay. Not loving this one so far. Don't know what got me there. Just a shot. I'm just gonna start over. The music's okay. I don't know. It's not really grabbing me. I think I actually picked a very good game to stop using the turbo on. Maybe the turbo trivializes this like Fantasy Zone. But there is kind of a... Because you shoot so infrequently. Like, how fast can I... Yeah, that's about as fast as it would be going. Yeah, I don't know. Don't really want the speed up. I'm not sure which one is the speed. It must be that grey one. I keep forgetting I can fire backwards. Tempted to touch the floor just to see what happens, but... Got no running sprite when you're on the floor. 0 out of 10. Fucking 0 out of 10. The slope's not actually a slope. 0 out of 10. 0 out of fucking 10. Oh. Alright, fuck this. Alright, I know I said no R-type, but fuck it. I'm doing some R-type. Do 1 or 2 runs of R-type and then it's over for today. I will play Battle Garega eventually. Not today though. Give me one moment. Somersault says, I think we're due for an FPS where you play as a giraffe, so you'd be sort of looking down at enemies who are right in front of you. What the fuck? What the fuck? Who let you in? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Shoot him down. Oh, very clever. I see. Shoot him down. Yeah, don't don't give them any ideas. Someone's already started work on Giraffe Simulator. Haha, it's funny because you're not normally a giraffe. I still can't believe that I killed that last guy in Fantasy Zone without even knowing what I was doing. I did try that bomb, if you can call it a bomb. I did try that once at one point, but I didn't remember that's what I did. I'm sorry to disillusion y'all. It was a pure fucking fluke that the thing happened to be underneath me. No, that little thing wasn't his dad. I think his dad had parasites or something like that. I think that's what they were. I think the big ship at the end, that was his dad. That's why it was so big. Yeah, this game is great. There's a kind of like tightness to this game that I think, you know, I respect it. Just I'm gonna start over. I'm getting distracted. I'm just gonna start over. I respect it even now for what it is. It's enjoyable to play here and now, but I think there's something especially impressive about them putting this together, probably in the span of a couple of months or something, on ancient hardware. And, you know, getting mileage out of the pod concept, having each stage feel distinct from every other stage. You know, stage 2's nothing amazing or anything like that. Stage 1's pretty generic, that's fine. It's fine. It's maybe even desirable for stage 1 of any game to be kind of generic. Stage 2, nothing amazing, but stage 3, the ship, then 4, then 5 with the big snake guys, then 6 with the moving things that you have to avoid. It just never lets up. I do think memorization is more important than I wish it was, but I think it's very impressive what they pulled off with this game, considering when it was made, you know? I suppose that's just another thing for me to worry about. I talked about it a lot in the Beautiful Joe video, but hopefully it'll be alright. I think I'm doing okay at designing enemies. Still want to make a lot more of them before we have a roster that I'd be happy with for Mushido, but then can you actually put them down in interesting ways, you know? Because the enemy design in this is nothing special, I would say. It's really just... There's just interesting stuff that happens kind of ancillary to that. You know, a little turret on the ceiling that shoots at you is nothing groundbreaking there. Trying not to read the chat. I took a glance over. I saw people talking about cameras or something. How the camera of Donkey Kong Country is too close. Which I think I'd agree with. I was talking the other day. It just made me think. I was talking the other day about... somebody asked what Bushido's resolution is. I talked about how I wanted it to be an integer scale of 1080p and 4K so that it would scale up nicely. The problem with that approach, the downside is that it limits you, right? It's like that's a set resolution. You can't, you don't get to choose what that resolution is. It's just a thing that happens to divide evenly into 1080 and 4K. But maybe that's too... Maybe prioritizing that. I forget what it works out to be, like 360p or something like that. And it means that... you know, if you draw the player character a certain way, like you give him a sprite with a certain amount of detail, he's going to be a certain size on the screen. And I like to have plenty of visibility. So maybe this won't be a problem, but I do have a slight concern that it's not pulled out enough. You know? My partner, she cares more about the visuals than the gameplay. That's her job anyway. And she would be happier if it was zoomed in, because obviously the samurai gives a better impression of, you know, power or whatever if he's bigger on screen. And I agree, and I even agree that that's kind of important for the enjoyment of the game, is to not make him feel small. I'm just wondering, the thing I'm thinking about is maybe it's taking too narrow a view of the future to care about whether or not it integer scales up to higher resolutions. First of all, there's always black bars. Pretty sure that's what Rain World does. And I'm not really bothered by them. I mean, we're playing a game with black bars on the side right now, and I don't care because it's just a good game. But beyond that, you know, I'm assuming that displays will top out at some kind of reasonable resolution. Like a resolution that seems reasonable to me in the here and now, is what I'm saying. But maybe that's not true. Maybe that's too narrow a view. And if displays become sufficiently high resolution, then it kind of won't really matter whether it integer scales to 1080p or 4K or whatever, because there'd be so many pixels to work with that you could just perfectly... You could display it perfectly anyway. Or close enough that it's not even going to matter. So maybe that's an argument for using a different resolution if we want to. If it turns out that the player character is not big enough, or he's too big and we want to adjust it ever so slightly. Maybe that's an argument for it. That in the very long term it's not going to matter. And that it would be better for the game to have this slightly off-kilter resolution than to have a camera that's not quite what I want it to be. I didn't think I was that far into that stage. I wasn't expecting those fuckers to show up there, and then... It's a shame losing the power-ups. It makes this boss a lot harder. I still haven't been reading the chat, so I'm just hoping this makes sense to you all. That makes sense? Anybody follow what I'm saying? Maybe it doesn't matter. What I'm saying is, we kind of assume that displays are going to top out. Even if you take a long-term... A version of long-term thinking right now would say, oh, well, displays will top out at 16K, right? People will go, 8K? 8K is too much. What are you talking about? 16K, right? But you go, oh, no, 16K, maybe that's possible. But 16K is maybe 20 years away, right? Assuming it ever happens. Maybe things do top out at 8K. But actual, real long-term thinking is, what is it like 200 years from now? Games have already been around for over 50 years now, right? They only have to exist 4 times longer for us to hit the 200-year mark. What does a display look like in the year 2250? 16K? Right? You tell a kid today that you used to watch stuff in 240p and they'll laugh at you. You know, or 144. You used to stream videos at 144. Even less. Way less, actually. Back on dial-up internet, I remember watching videos that were tiny little fucking post-it notes on the screen, and they were blurry and fucking compressed to fuck. They were horrible compared to the stuff today. That's a good question. After Image says, what resolution is the brain? Yep. Human eye resolution. Exactly. I mean, theoretically, people won't stop until it reaches human eye resolution, because it can always be argued there's a benefit, right? By the way, I think I worked out something that was happening during that boss fight, which is interesting. This is a little bit of trivia that some of you might not know, but I'm pretty sure, I'm kind of trying to test it out now. I'm trying to eye it here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that something that was going wrong during that boss fight. I'll explain it because you might find it interesting. There's a common bug that happens in games. Maybe I've talked about it on stream before. It's not even really a bug, but it's kind of an unintended side effect of something. Let's say, I'm just going to pause here, right? Okay, let's get the ship into its neutral sprite. Let's say I press right on the D-pad. I'll move forward at, say, 1 pixel per frame, right? That would be the simplest thing to do. You move forward 1 pixel per frame, or 1 pixel every 5-6 frames, something like that, so that you move 10 pixels per second, right? Obviously, it depends on what speed the ship is. So let's say if I move right and I move 1 pixel per frame, that would actually be quite fast. You can see at the resolution that the game is at, it would probably only take about 3 seconds to get all the way across the screen at that speed. But anyway, 1 pixel per frame to make it simple, right? Now let's say I let go of right on the D-pad and I press down on the D-pad. I'm moving down at 1 pixel per frame. Let's say that the ship has the same movement speed up and down and left and right. That's all well and good. So if I move right, it's 1 pixel, left 1 pixel, up 1 pixel, down 1 pixel, right? So no matter which button I press on the D-pad, I move at 1 pixel for everything. For every direction that I press, I'm always moving at the same speed, no matter what I press. But suppose now I press down and right, and I move diagonally, right? This means that if the X and the Y are both applied, right? If we just naively apply both the X and the Y, we're actually moving at 2 speed. I'm not sure a mathematician would classify it that way, but they might say it's something like 1.4 or something like that. I think it works out to be. But the point is, you're actually applying way more speed by pressing these 2 buttons at the same time, right? Than you would otherwise. One square root or something like that. Yeah. So R-Type actually seems to compensate for this. It's the square of 2. Okay, right. R-Type actually seems to compensate for this, so that if you press a diagonal, your X and Y speeds are reduced so that you're still only moving at an equivalent of 1 pixel per frame, let's say. Only instead of it being along X and Y, you end up moving slightly slower along the X and the Y axis, but when you combine those two movements together, they add up to 1, right? And what happens is during the boss fight, if I go along, for whatever reason, I have a habit when I'm at the bottom of the screen, because there's those kinds of, see the sprites at the top of the screen there, it's kind of like alien grass, let's say. They look kind of like bones or something. The alien grass is on the screen, and so I'm a little bit unsure about whether I've actually hit the bottom of the screen. I have a tendency to hold down on the pad while I'm down the bottom of the screen, because like when I move down, I'm a little unsure if I'm all the way down at the bottom, and then it's just, you have to remember to let go, and you can't see your ship anymore at that point. For whatever reason, I just have a habit of holding down when I'm down at the very bottom of the screen. And because I'm at the bottom of the screen, I can't move any further down, which means I don't get any Y propulsion, but it's still clamping, it's still reducing the Y speed because I'm holding down. It's still reducing the X speed as well, which means even if you're at the bottom of the screen and you're only moving left and right, if you're holding the down button, you actually move slower than you would just by moving left or right. I'll try and demonstrate it, because I've basically ruined this one. This is me holding down, so try and look at the speed that I'm moving at here. I'm holding down. I'll pick a speed up, it'll be easier to see if I get a speed up. I'll show it now in a second, hang on. Right, so I currently have 1 speed up. I'm holding down. You'll have to take my word for it. I don't know that there's not really a safe place to demonstrate it. Yeah, normalization, that's the maths term, where you give it all the same length, basically. You clamp it to the length that it's supposed to be. But yeah, that's actually compensated for in R-Type. A lot of shmups would probably just apply this. Maybe some shmups do it intentionally, where they actually do allow just these two movements to be separated. I can kind of see an argument for it, but it does end up in the game feeling a little bit inconsistent and your movement being a little bit strange, because it means that you move faster when you're pressing a diagonal versus when you're just pressing an orthogonal. But R-Type compensates for it, and because it compensates for it, if you're in the boss fight and you're holding down at the bottom of the screen, you move slower, so you have to remember to let go of down so that you can cross back over to the other side of the screen as quickly as possible. Which I always forget. I keep holding down, and it keeps making me slower than I need to be. So there you go. A little bit of trivia. Popcorn Bunny says, "Thank you, Isekai OG Matsama." Domo. Yeah, no worries. That's what I do. I explain shit. Yeah, a lot of games don't do it. Generally older games. Maybe the first Zelda game doesn't do it. It doesn't really apply to something like Mario or any kind of 2D platformer-y thing. Because generally then your vertical movement is just mapped to a jump button or something like that, so it's fine to just have them work the same way every time. But if you have free range of movement like this, or the Legend of Zelda or whatever, it's something that you probably want to keep in mind. Do you find the slight vertical sway of this port detrimental? I'm not sure what you mean by that, sorry. Oh, right. Of the camera. The way it's got the up and down. I haven't actually played the arcade one in a while. I didn't realize. I haven't thought about it because I didn't realize. So the whole level would just be on screen in the arcade one, I presume. I would definitely prefer that. It doesn't seem like a huge disadvantage though, but I would definitely, yeah, I would definitely prefer that. That's interesting. Somersault says, A Link to the Past link moves at an average of 1.5 pixels per frame, but the first frame stepping northwest will always be 2 pixels. First frame southeast always 1 pixel. Yeah, I think I can picture how that would happen in my head. Yeah, man, it's... This is basically a solved problem for Mushido. Okay, I'm not happy about that death. I'm going to start over one last time, and this will be the very last run. And I hope you'll forgive me for the poor performance, because we've had good chats today, right? I get clemency, right? I get clemency, don't I, chat? Yeah, this is basically a solved problem in Mushido, but there is one aspect of it that could probably be a little bit more polished. It doesn't need to be, but it probably could be. I restarted. Thanks for the yours. Thank you for the yours. I'm assuming that probably happens in A Link to the Past because maybe I have it the wrong way around. North and west will always be 2 pixels. South and east will always be 1 pixel. It depends on the engine, I suppose. But I would imagine that north and west, if that's the case, they correspond to what the engine sees as positive direction, and south and east are negative direction. And I assume that probably the difference in, you know, how it handles positive and negative numbers means that the carryover gets applied earlier or later or something like that. But this is where all the subpixel position stuff comes from. You know, the idea that Mario is not just on the pixel that he's in, he's actually within some subsection of the pixel. That's really because of a kind of certain amount of speed or position which has been held over from when he was moving before. And you keep track of it so that you know how often to update his sprite to the new pixel location. Because you need more speed movement information than there are pixels on the screen. You can't, if you try to limit yourself to speeds that are only visible on the screen, that's very limiting at a low resolution anyway. Yeah. So, you know, basically then if you were to do that, then a pixel would become the smallest unit of movement that you can do. But what if you want the player character to do a very small movement over the course of about 10 frames? You know, all of that has to be worked out in order to position the sprite correctly, but also allow for movements that are more subtle and better than, or just at different speeds than you would normally get. You know, like the R-type ship might move at 1.5 pixels per frame. But what that means is that on frame 1 it has to move by 1 pixel, and then on frame 2 it has to move by 2 pixels. And it has to alternate like that because there's only so many pixels on screen. But you still need to keep track of the 0.5 or the 0.3 or the whatever it is so that you know when it's rolled over to the next pixel on the screen. And that's where that comes from. So there's a little thing. There's basically a function in Mushido, I think it's on one of the Patreon posts, that basically handles that. But there are some exceptions to it. There's probably more that I could be doing in there to kind of smooth things out than I have done. One of the cases that I might do is, for example, if your speed ever hits exactly 0, it might be good to make sure that you stop. I have a to-do item in for this. This will probably be like the final thing that I do on it. It's only a small little function, but I really don't want to add more to it because it gets used a lot, you know? It's one of those things that every guy on the screen needs to know, or every actor, you know, needs to have this kind of massaging of its speed done to its, so that its pixel coordinates are on the grid, let's say. So it's something that happens a lot, and so I don't want to add very much to it. But the one thing I might add that would probably be a good idea is if your speed ever hits exactly 0, it would be good to clear out any of the leftover kind of pieces, so that there's no, if you come to a stop, you're never at a sub-pixel position when you're at a stop, at least, you know? Because it can lead to things like when you start walking, sometimes you move 1 pixel and sometimes you move 2 pixels, depending on where you were at the end of your last walk cycle, you know? So the character walks along and they stop and they happen to be 3/4 of the way through the pixel. Well, then when they walk again, they'll move slightly further than they would if they stopped at the right on the boundary of the pixel. And this is the kind of thing that you, like, can you even notice it as a human? I'm not sure. Maybe. I think that would be one case where it'd be good to set it. But I was also thinking maybe if the, you know, if the sign ever flips, that would be a good thing probably to reset it again, right? If your movement direction ever flips, maybe we just set you back to the middle of your current pixel, so that when you change direction, it's always the same. Like say you're walking one direction, but you immediately swap the D-pad to the other direction, or you're using a keyboard and you have keys and you let go of the other key, and you let go of the right key, but you're already holding the left key and it instantly takes over, or something like that. I don't know. I kind of envy people who don't think about this shit at all. You know, I'm sure there's some developers that just don't even think about it, and their games probably come out perfectly fine. But yeah, I can't help noticing it, you know, or even knowing that it's in there. I don't even know if you can notice it visually, but yeah. Here you go. Mushido's coming out sometime 2035, maybe. It's coming out alongside the Luca DLC for the Wonderful 101. No, that'll be out way beforehand. I shouldn't joke about that. That'll be out way beforehand. Yeah, that's the kind of, I don't like that. Pixel games these days just move sprites along a continuous grid without worrying about alignment. That was a big thing for me. Now, you don't have to do everything I've said to maintain alignment. At least I don't think so. Maybe you do. Maybe that's the bare minimum. Maybe that's why I did it. I think just rendering the game at a lower internal resolution and then upscaling it is a good... I fucked that up. That's probably enough. If you just render it at the actual low resolution that you're targeting and then upscale it. But maybe depending on the engine, it'll do some kind of weird anti-aliasing bullshit by itself when you upscale it. I don't know. But yeah, just rendering the game at a lower resolution and upscaling it probably solves most of those problems. But yeah, I don't like that. I don't like... I think if you're making a pixel game, the pixels should all line up with each other, you know? thinking it's the end of the year and it's time for reflection and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I suppose this would be too self-indulgent, but I am thinking of, you know, if I start off next year strong, maybe I can spend some time fucking around with SDL2 or something like that, just to see how it goes. I'm pretty happy with Game Maker, but I'd like to try and do something that's not object oriented. That's... I don't even... Yeah, I don't know. Basically anything I've ever worked on has been object oriented, so it's kind of hard for me to break out of the mentality, but I would like to... I'd like to try something. Something that's not object oriented. I feel like it would come pretty naturally to me at this point. I could have sworn one time I came into the stage and killed one of the things that's higher up, that's up there, and it dropped an option, one of the bonus guys. But maybe I just didn't see it right. Yeah, to write it in C like an old school programmer, yeah. Say imperative stuff like C will be fiddly. No, Popcorn Bunny. Will you make your engine account for the time dilation that occurs as objects approach the speed of light? Look, I wasn't wrong. I'm not wrong about it. I'm not wrong. Harkening back to the Dark Souls commentary for anybody who's who doesn't know what we're talking about there. But yeah, I don't even know. I don't know, man. I type words into the computer and the computer does things. I don't know what's it mean. What's it mean to be an imperative language? I don't know what that means. I have no idea. I'll look it up. If somebody either just pastes from Wikipedia or I'll look it up after the stream. You type OR first of all. Ah, okay. That's what I've been doing wrong. Imperative language, any programming language that consists mostly of a series of commands, typically assigning values to objects, a procedural language. Okay. I'm not sure how that differs from other languages, but I don't know. Okay, this is the last run of R-Type and the final run of the evening since we got past that boss, right? Nearly finished now. I think there's a very real chance that I actually wouldn't enjoy, you know, I don't want to say starting over, because I think a lot of what I've done can carry over already. But, you know, working with SDL or any other like anything that where I can do the non-object oriented stuff, I don't even know if I'd enjoy it. It's just something that I'd like to try. Just have this feeling that, you know, it would be like lifting a weight off. But I can't begrudge Game Maker. In every other way, it's been very useful. All the tools and stuff. It's very easy to get it up and running and all that. I'm sure. Trying to tackle it myself would make porting a nightmare and all that as well, you know? That's another thing to consider. I still don't know what strategy to adopt for the next stage. I did get a lot better at the start of this. You can kind of use the blue beam to hit the stuff behind you if you bounce it off the wall just right. So hopefully I'll be able to do that. Well, that's assuming I get past this boss, which isn't guaranteed, but... Right. So I think I'll leave the pod equipped on the front. Fucking dickhead. Absolute fucking dickhead enemy. That's twice that's happened to me there. Man, this game just does not cut you any fucking slack at all, man. It was off screen and everything, you know. Look, I know it's an old game. I know, but fucking hell. You would think getting there before it even shows up would be a fucking... Look how fast the fucking cunt fires on you. Fucking... Okay, here we go. Last credit. Nah, I'm dead already. Nah, this guy's got me. I don't know what to do from here. Didn't move up fast enough. Alright. Oh well. Valiant efforts at the end, if I say so myself. That's just not the way to go, though. I mean, you can't even get out of there. Once you're stuck in there, you just can't fucking get out. My strategy there, hopefully I'll be able to show it on stream sometime, and I've pulled it off once or twice, but I've never actually made it all the way out, is that put the pod on backwards to kill the yellow, brownish yellow guys that come from the back. Fire forwards to kill the red guys that come in. Oh, thanks for all the ores, fellas. I wasn't looking at the chat. That's nice. Thank you. Thank you. Fire forward to kill the red guys. Try to ignore the missile guys, because if I go down there, I can't hit the red guys fast enough. Like, once you go down, it's very hard to come back up because they've already blanketed you by the time you get back up. And then, but the tricky part is that if the missile guys are left alone, they shoot missiles up, and they don't go all the way up to the ceiling, but the ceiling explodes randomly. The top there is part of the level that explodes randomly. So you really have to be on high alert to get through. And I nearly did it once, but not quite. That's the strategy. And I really think you need power-ups at that point. I don't know. I mean, maybe you can look your way back out of the pit. But yeah, it's harsh. It's fucking harsh. But I'll get it someday. Anyway, not going to drag it out. I've been streaming a lot lately. Good stream today, I think. Good chats, hopefully. Hopefully you got something out of it. And I'll let you go back to enjoying your Christmas, or Shmups, as I like to say. And yeah, see you all again probably soon, right? Been streaming a lot of Shmups, so I'll probably be back sometime soon. And if I don't see you before Christmas, have a good Christmas, everybody. Alright. See you later, everyone. Bye-bye.